that was created to provide a safe environment for having educational classes and to foresee any kind of risk given a use of a pesticide in order to protect the educational community and to see to the best interest of the students and the prevailing general considerations on health. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Benitez. Next point is on an assertion we heard about one of the principles in the National Program for Children and Adolescents 2020-2024 of Paraguay. And I would like to share with you this is our national plan for children and adolescents 2020-2024 in Paraguay. We were able to print it out and we will be distributing it, Chair, so that you can look at it. And just so that all of you can see this, and I'll be reading it out, one of the principles right here is participation. I mean, you won't see it from that distance, but it is here as one of the principles of our national plan, participation. And I'll read the relevant section. It says, it means to guarantee the free expression of boys, girls, adolescents, the freedom of assembly, the right to be heard, the right to request their needs to be met, as a tool to have impact on public policies that haven't anything to say about the promotion of the rights of children. It is part of a participatory social and political processes, either at the own behest of children and adolescents, or through the active participation supported by families, community, society, and the state, in keeping with their maturity level and their development. The participation of boys, girls, and adolescents must be respected and taken into account by older persons and by adults and public institutions. It also ensures that the child and adolescent will be able to find and spread information based on Article 13 of the Convention. The enjoyment of these rights is to be interpreted in keeping with the principle of autonomy and the gradual development of rights. That means that the enjoyment of the right to participation must be done in keeping with the intellectual and social development of the child without prejudice to the enjoyment of parental guardianship. Principle of participation is also found in several provisions in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is indisputably said that the children have the right to express their opinion as regards matters that affect them, and they have the right of freedom of expression. This is enshrined in the National Plan for Children and Adolescents, recently approved. And I would also like to say that among the principles, we also have the principle of equality of rights, inclusion, and non-discrimination, which recognizes that all people, especially children and adolescents, are equal in dignity and rights. It reaffirms their equality and access to opportunities without discrimination, removing obstacles and/or barriers of any kind that could lead or encourage discrimination. That is among the principles. And then in the approaches section, you can see the comprehensive and rights approach, which the main paradigm is the protection of the rights of the child, included in the National Convention, the protection of the rights of the children, and the Code for Children and Adolescents. The human rights-based approach respects the dignity of peoples and calls for people's effective participation in community life. This approach believes that the very first step is to recognize people as rights holders, and it asks the states to protect them from the moment of conception. And then it goes on and it mentions new paradigm, which focuses on the best interest of the child and adolescent, the dignity of human being, and it takes into account the specific characteristics of children and adolescents in order to promote their development by making the most of their inherent abilities. And in this plan, we defined interculturality. And we wanted to say that here we use a different concept from the one in the previous national policy, because Paraguay is a bilingual, multicultural country. One of our official languages, according to our very own constitution, is Spanish, and the other one is Guarani. That is the legacy coming from our indigenous languages. It is an official language. We're one of the very few bilingual countries, bilingual by their constitution. So here we say the respectful interaction among different cultures. That is our concept, based on the recognition of cultural diversity, and that none is above the other. The goal is to promote dialogue, social coexistence as part of human rights. The essential part of the intercultural approach is that we want to ensure that differences do not become grounds for discrimination, and that they should be recognized and used as a source of know-how and experience for life. So I am pleased to share this information with the plenary, and I would like to give you this hard copy version. We can also distribute it digitally. I believe that with that, we have answered the questions that Madam Velina Todorova had for us, and we can now move on to a question made, and I believe we're following the order of the questions. Maybe we're shifting the order a little bit. This was a question raised by Mr. Luis Ernesto Pedernera Reina on freedom of assembly and expression, safe backpacks, transparent backpacks, and the lack of children's participation. I would like to give the floor to Madam Mora, Director of Human Rights. Thank you, Minister. Could we ask, please, that the speaker not touch the microphone?
Interpreters say, please don't touch the microphone because it makes like a buzzing noise when you do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Participation of the youth. We're talking here about the educational system. The Ministry of Education and Sciences has a task force of students, and every month they tackle issues that relate to educational policy for the youth. We have youth representatives, representatives from student organizations and independent organizations. And all this because we understand that children can play a spearheading role in the learning process. This is a very rich exchange between the authorities in the ministry and young people in order to jointly tackle issues that relate to policies and education. We also talked about the resolution, which said that backpacks can be checked for security purposes. Now, that resolution was voided and replaced by Resolution 870. Which has some guidelines on how to build safe and wholesome schools, working from the classroom and the community in order to prevent social risks. So the older resolution that led to some concern among you is no longer valid. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Director. Perhaps I could add to that. I believe Mr. Pedernera also referred to the Zero Hunger Law at that point, speaking with the protests. Not sure if I can say there was some confusion, but two issues were mixed together, because what you were referring to, Mr. Pedernera, was a protest by young adults, not adolescents, about the possibility of the law on zero fees to be provided with no more funds. And that is what allows university students to travel in public transport without having to pay. So when there were no funds, it was feared that the zero price for the bus ticket law would be unfunded. But at that point, the president perfectly agree where funds were given to that fund so that university students could travel in public transport without paying the fee. And the president welcomed a group of youth and set up a permanent working program at the highest level, which was headed by the head of the civil cabinet, Madam Jimenez, and the Vice Minister of Higher Education. And that's simply to add to what the director, Madam Morris, said. The next question on violence, abuse, sexual exploitation, safe complaints mechanism for children. And why do they come to naught, I think was the question. I think that as a state, we have done a lot already in combating all forms of violence, sexual violence and physical violence, and also psychological violence against children and adolescents. For violence, we have a lot from 2011 on ill treatment. We have one on proper treatment too, and guidelines of proper care for children. We have a law that tries to prevent situations of sexual abuse, and that's from 2018. That's just to give you an outline of the regulatory framework that we have already. In the Code of Children and Adolescents from 2011, there is some mention of this too. So that covers the regulatory framework that exists already. And here I wanted to show you this too. This is the Interinstitutional Intervention Roadmap for Preventing Sexual Abuse against children and adolescents. This is a flowchart, very simple, practical, user-friendly flowchart that can be used by interinstitutional stakeholders. It's really very easy to follow. For example, you can look at detection, families, neighborhoods, schools, who detects and who must complain, complaint to whom. And there we mention, we talk about comprehensive health care. Which establishments can they go to? When can they go there? We also mentioned protection and access to justice. Where can they go? When can they go? And then support and follow-up. Who's in charge of that? Where does it take place? This flowchart shows the whole process, and it was approved by the National Council on Children and Adolescents. It's over 42 pages in length. And this was done just to put the whole system into a graphical format so that people can see how to access justice and what to do in cases of abuse. And we also mentioned here follow-up and support. Did you want to say something about this flowchart specifically? Okay, yes, please go ahead. Yes. Minister, just to add that in addition to the manual you talked about in the Ministry of Education and Culture, we also have an internal protocol for complaints of abuse. And we in the Ministry of the Attorney General's Office, we have a resolution that sets interinstitutional comprehensive plans for abuse. Because the idea is that all state bodies together can avoid re-victimization. Because we would want, with one single effort, to have the various ministries working together, the prosecutor's office and the attorney general's office and the other with one single action, thereby avoiding re-victimization. Should point out that at that point, there are two different tracks. One track is the criminal prosecution track, and the other one is the protection system track. That is all. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rios. Well, we've made a lot of progress already on what to do in cases of abuse. We have these flowcharts set out, and we have worked interinstitutionally for some time in order to ensure that we can provide the best possible response to children and adolescents that are victims of sexual abuse. What we saw, though, as a weak link, a link that can be strengthened, is prevention of situations of sexual abuse. There is a campaign, I talked about this already, a campaign called We Are All Responsible, We're All Accountable. It's for the prevention of sexual abuse for many years. So it was a communication campaign that asked people to bring these events to light and to point to the abuser as a criminal, which they are, because we're trying to shed light on this situation of abuse, which is not exclusive to Paraguay. It exists in the region, in the whole world. So I think I mentioned yesterday in the keynote speech that for the first time, the President of the Republic and the First Lady spearheaded and launched this campaign. It's a national campaign which has two different branches: one, communication, and the other one is territorial implementation. The slogan of the campaign is, the more you talk, the more you listen, the better you care. It is a 100% preventive approach, which obviously encourages to bring complaints to light. The idea is to have an informative and even educational dialogue with children, so as to lay down the groundwork for self-care and to educate members of the family and the educational system, which is why for the very first time in the government of Paraguay, we have put together and published a prevention guide for sexual abuse of children. That came out the very same day the campaign was launched. It's user-friendly. It's divided into several sections, so you can work with the manual in children depending on their age, from 4 to 8 years, 8 to 13, and then 14 to 17 years of age. It has a chapter on working with families. It has another one on interinstitutional actors. It has yet another chapter for working on preventing abuse online. And I can tell you quite proudly that this work was done by civil servants of the Paraguayan state entirely. The Ministry of Children worked on it. It was reviewed by the Ministry of Education and Science. And now we are beginning the work in order to apply it in the country. In the communication side of things, we have some videos that express the campaign's purpose. We have audiovisual support also, just audio supports for the radio in 2 languages, Spanish and Guarani, so that we can also spread this message on the radio. We also have videos on social platforms, online. We provide support at the institutional level. And I believe that this stands as a model of joint work. State institutions, not just one, several, work together with the private sector also, with corporate social responsibility, because it is the private sector that provided the lion's share of the financing. And civil society organizations, of course, I said a significant number of them supported this campaign. And the most important one, which we started this year, is complete application throughout the country. We have 17 subnational governments, which we call departments. And as we were launching the national campaign in Asunción with the president, all 17 governors working in these departments were simultaneously launching this in their own 17 departmental capitals. And all those involved in the system, the educators and those in the local coordenis at departmental level, the departmental units for children, are all working on awareness raising, on face-to-face exchanges with children, with families, with communities, and with schools. We think this is a very significant achievement, and one that would make an informational campaign have no impact if it didn't include this component. So with several institutions, the Attorney General's Office, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Children, we're all working on having preventive talks on sexual abuse, to combat bullying, to combat different types of violence against children and adolescents, and also violence from peers. So as I said, this is not work done by one single institution. Several institutions are working together to eradicate violence. And on sexual exploitation, we just signed an agreement with the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation for Development, which is providing some financing on a prevention line for child and adolescent sexual exploitation. And that program will mean that we will have specialized technicians in 7 of the 17 departments in our country. These will be decentralized teams working on prevention and detection and prosecution of the cases that were already brought to light. They're also going to be providing training in schools, working with them. They will have a very important communicational component where they're going to produce written and audiovisual material on human trafficking and child trafficking. And they will be talking about their international experiences. And there will be mobility for these technical teams. And also, for the first time, one of these alternative homes for victims of trafficking will be managed by the state 100%. 100% completely managed by the state, because it is the state's responsibility. We're convinced of that. And it should be opened in the coming weeks. It's an alternative housing center for victims of human trafficking. We also have some other specialized units, because we do know that there is a challenge in having a greater number of specialized units. But we're working with the authorities in the Attorney General's office to make that happen. We're working with the Ministry of the Interior, with the Chief of the National Police, to set up other specialized units. So right now we're working on building that necessary institutionality. I could really say much more about this, but I know we don't have a lot of time, and we do have a lot of questions. So the next point was on digital space and measures against online harassment, and what sanctions or punishment is provided in these platforms. Okay. So there's been some work in our country. We have Law 5653/2016. It's a law we call the Law of Harmful Online Content. It is applied by the Ministry of Child and Adolescence, by the Ministry of Technology and Communication Information, and the National Telecommunication Commission. This law created the National Observatory for Children and Adolescents Online. And in order to implement this law, we worked first and foremost with our institutions in defining what is to be defined, considered as harmful content online. Well, that's all been defined. It can be easily accessed online, and the internet service operators have bookmarked that. We also created a filtering system so that the various internet service providers can use it. We started working with the 4 large internet service providers. They provide internet service for approximately 80% of our citizens. These are mainly telephone companies. And in addition to providing internet through the smartphone, they also provide hookups at home. And so they used this filtering system to determine what is harmful content. And then using that, and with the National Telecommunication Commission, we did the same thing with the 100 other internet service providers, the smaller local community-based ones, so as to have complete implementation of this filtering system. There's even a program to have safe internet at schools. We know that that legislation is not totally in sync because it's been there for 8 years. And you remember at some point we had cyber cafes. Doesn't exist anymore. Technologies, like we attorneys say when talking about law, is dynamic. It's always changing. Every day we have new technologies, and it is our responsibility as state agents to find measures to protect children. So with that in mind, we're working on an initiative from the executive, and we'll be submitting it to our allies in Parliament. It's a draft bill for the promotion and protection of the rights of children and adolescents online. We're working with the Ministry of Telecommunication and Information Technology and with experts in this area, people that are known nationally and even internationally, to talk about concepts such as internet, because not all abuse takes place when you're online permanently. Sometimes you might download something and then you might find something harmful there. I'm not an expert, but I am working with experts who can help me understand how to provide better protection, and that this new standard is not just pretty words, but that we can use it to combat real things like child pornography, online harassment, and other harmful practices that do take place and that maybe aren't criminalized specifically. We have Law 6002 of 2017, which criminalizes grooming with a sentence of up to 3 years, and it also punishes attempted grooming. Moving on, the OPSC protocol and children outside of the borders. I'd like to give the floor to our representative, Edgar Rios Parque, Deputy Defender of the country.
Bueno, respecto al...
On the OPSC, this was ratified by Paraguay, and then the Attorney General's office has the capacity for extraterritorial jurisdiction as part of the interinstitutional cooperation that we've established in the conventions, as well as via existing cooperation networks that bring together various Attorney General's offices in different countries to coordinate action via appointed focal points. Appointed, that is, by the various countries involved in this extraterritorial application and exercise.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rios Parquet. The next point on the NPM and the fact that its recommendations are not applied, recommendations in the field of torture. To respond to those questions and concerns, I'll give the floor to Ms. Belén, Director of the Human Rights Unit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, on that concern as to how recommendations from the NPM are implemented, if they're implemented at all, in Paraguay. The Ministry of Justice has carried out work to incorporate said recommendations and to ensure a rights-based approach or focus in the capacity building and training it provides for its staff. And this is also the approach that is taken to the putting together of its material handbooks, etc. It is also the recommendations of the NPM are also followed in adjusting facilities in juvenile offenders institutes or other institutions. For example, older parts of such institutions have been renovated and be turned into classrooms in order to address the reintegration and the skill equipping of adolescents. With regard to cases of torture and ill treatment in educational establishments and other institutions as reported by the NPM, when such complaints are received, there is a procedure that is immediately triggered. And any official accused of being involved in such cases is suspended from duties in order to make sure that the necessary criminal prosecution facilities can be followed. In the Ministry of Justice, there's a Human Rights Directorate, which is responsible for reporting on these issues, including anti-corruption reporting. In pertinent or relevant cases, then a criminal prosecution process is enacted and criminal prosecution is sought. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next point on mental health, how this is monitored, what happens if there's a mental health background on mental health issues. I'll give the floor to Johanna Ortega, MP. On the question asked by one of the experts from the committee on Article 3, subparagraph C on the law on mental health, to share with you that this is a very recent piece of legislation adopted in 2022. And as far as follow-up and monitoring goes, this article, as well as articles in the law, are there to provide same. There is a tool for compliance with the law, which is monitored by the Parliamentary Unit on the Rights of Children and Adolescents, which is a body that I am the head of, and we're working on a methodology for the measurement and assessment of the application of the law on mental health. There is no concrete such mechanism, so it's difficult to measure and assess the impact of the law, including the aforementioned articles. We're also intending to adopt such a working method for the measurement of impact and the assessment thereof to other pieces of legislation, not just this one. Thank you very much. Thank you, says the head of delegation. We now turn our attention to corporal punishment. I think I already partially responded to this in my previous statement when addressing the whole issue of violence. As I shared, we have various different laws, law on ill treatment, law on appropriate treatment, law on adequate care, and child raising measures and frameworks. We have an interinstitutional framework that works on the whole issue of prevention of physical violence in particular, but violence writ large. I think the question was specifically on corporal or physical violence. There's also a reporting procedure. There's also coordinated work at the interinstitutional level in order to find a satisfactory response at the social and administrative levels, and also at the legal levels, to make sure that we have a coordinated approach in all of those levels to addressing issues of corporal or physical punishment or violence. This is not just a protection-minded approach, but we also use these tools as vehicles to promote a preventive approach. To respond to the question that was asked by Ms. Correa, and it wasn't perhaps a question or not a single question, but there are a whole raft of questions about the public policy that guarantees the implementation of the non-discriminatory principle, particularly in the work of the subpoena institutions. This is our national system for the promotion and comprehensive promotion and protection of the rights of children and adolescents, the SNPPI. In terms of the rights of children and adolescents, as has been referred to previously, the National Plan on Children and Adolescents has as one of its guiding principles that of non-discrimination, supported by constitutional principles of non-discrimination. And this non-discrimination approach is cross-cutting across all public policy and all sectoral plans and programs as well. In other words, as a state, we don't see that there is a need to have a specialized law on non-discrimination on all minorities, because we have this general, in principle, comprehensive law, which means that there is an automatic incorporation on a cross-cutting basis of the principle of non-discrimination in all plans, policies, and programs, because non-discrimination has constitutional rank. Therefore, it is automatically applied to all public laws, policies, plans, programs, strategies, etc., without the need for individual specific laws in each instance. With regard to the protection system itself, we're working on the consolidation of said system to anchor and embed it further, and that at the different levels. For example, when putting together departmental plans or municipal plans for children and adolescents, steps are taken to ensure that the non-discrimination principle is incorporated. We are all aware, you shared that this has been part of your background as well. You were all aware, as a result of our expertise and experience, that there's a need for coordination when it comes to protection of rights. This is vertical between the central government, the departmental authorities, which is the second level of governance or administration in our country, and also local governments or municipal governments. So there needs to be that vertical coordination. As I explained in my opening statement, we are pursuing that coordination, including through financial and technical support, financial resources, and on training and professionalization. We are working at the local grassroots level on a constant and ongoing basis. Personally, I have participated in the departmental deliberations on the protection of children and adolescents' rights in 14 of the 17 departments. I've also been working with governors in the Institute territory, working with them directly face-to-face on this issue, and I hope soon to have been able to complete this task in all 17 departments. And so I've talked about vertical coordination. There's also the importance, of course, of horizontal coordination. Children and adolescents' rights are cross-cutting and must be dealt with by various different ministries: health, education, housing, labor, water, and there are others that I could cite. The Ministry of Social Development, for example. And so there is a high degree of interinstitutional horizontal coordination, and this is the main backbone or main strength that our public policy approach to children and adolescents has in our country, reflected not least in the fact that we have a ministry on children and adolescents that has a full place at the cabinet table. We have the same rank in the hierarchy as other ministries who work on issues that on a cross-cutting basis affect children as well, health, education, etc. So we play a full cabinet role, and we play a full role in the social advisory unit of the country's cabinet as well. The question that I've just answered also goes hand in hand with a question that was asked by Ms. Ayubi Idrisi, which was a question about a study on family makeup, how diverse are families in Paraguay as a way of feeding into the overall approach to ensuring non-discrimination. And to respond to that, I would like to refer back to the text of our constitution, the supreme law of the Republic, which in Article 49, which is on the protection of the family, cites as follows grosso modo: the family is the bedrock of society. Steps shall be taken to guarantee the comprehensive protection and flourishing of the family. This includes the family is defined as a stable union of a man and a woman, the children thereof, and the community that they establish with any of their progenitors and their descendants. Article 50, on the right to establish a family. Every person has the right to establish a family, in the formation and the development of which the woman and the man shall have the same rights and obligations. Article 51, on matrimony and de facto unions. The law shall establish the formalities for the celebration of marriage between a man and a woman. Shall also establish the requirements to enter into such a union and to dissolve same and to distribute the assets and the rights and responsibilities of assets within the union. A de facto union between a man and woman without legal impediment to entering into a marriage, which would allow for a more stable family unit, enjoys the same rights as provided for matrimony within the provisions of the law. And so this is, grosso modo, the composition as understood of a family in Paraguay: a union between a man and a woman, either by formal matrimony or de facto. I'd like to touch now on a key phenomenon. A family is a stable union between a man and a woman and their children, but also, as I said, the community from which the progenitor comes and which any of their descendants shall live or shall interact. We have some very recent data hot off the press from the National Statistics Institute, a survey that it conducted, or the census of the Republic of Paraguay, which indicated that 34% of households in Paraguay are female heads of households. We also know that there are women who are heads of households. That is reflected in this figure, and the state spares no effort via its different social action programs to prioritize support, including protection measures for these female-headed households. This is a very recent figure drawn from the 2022 national census. We also have in Paraguay families comprising grandparents and grandchildren. That's recognized as a family unit. So there are different compositions of the family that exist in Paraguay, but the rule, and this is the majority of the families in the country, they are built around a stable union between a man and a woman and their children, their descendants. On non-discrimination, to circle back to the point that I was just making, the state, via its social policies and programs, prioritizes in each and every one of them the family. Those, and that includes female-headed households, to which we attach particular priority. We attach particular priority to mother or female-headed households, and you will find this cross-cutting in the various public policies of Paraguay, that we provide priority support to female-headed households, or female-headed families. Turning to the next point, de-institutionalization, the fact that the law on alternative care, at least it is claimed, is not duly applied, and the debate discussion surrounding potential modification to the law on alternative care. Mr. Pereira asked me some questions under this heading, I think, and I will see if I can respond at this juncture as succinctly as possible. Paraguay pursues de-institutionalization as a priority of children, wherever possible, children in centers, homes, etc. To hark back to one of the earlier points that we made, it was a point in fact made in the opening statement, there is an state-led initiative which is No More Forgotten Children. No más niños archivados. This is an interinstitutional approach bringing together the Attorney General's Office, the Ministry of Public Defenders, the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Children and Adolescents, civil society, the Ministry for Cooperation. We began that work on the basis of the fact that there are 1,200 children in institutions in Paraguay. That was the figure at the beginning of all that work. Thanks to all the work and the actions that have been pursued, there are, as of today, 783 children who are in different institutions, either centers, foster homes, etc. We have 35 such shelters or institutions in Paraguay. 9 are actual separate institutions, 18 are residential, and the remainder are being transformed into a residential rather than institutional model. I think that some 30% of the alternative care institutions have been reconverted into a residential model. So some 30% of what were previous institutional models have become residential models of providing alternative care. And this in line with the content of our law on children, Adolescent 6486/2020. Now, with regard to the discussion to modify the law on alternative care, I'll provide my own explanation, and then I'll turn things over to Ms. Ortega MP. When in 2020, Law 6486 was adopted, Law 6486/2020, it established a time frame for the conversion or reconversion of institutional facilities into residential alternative care facilities of 1 year. It set the rather ambitious goal of 1 year for that to happen. 12 of the 35 institutions that I referred to earlier are financed to a greater or lesser extent by the general budget of the state of Paraguay. They're state financed on a yearly basis. The rest are privately run, the other 23. So 1 year to achieve this goal of transformational shifting from an institutional to a residential model was, at the end of the day, we have to be frank, we have to be open and realistic, impossible. We'd bitten off more than we could chew. The process of switching from the institutional to a residential model is complicated. It involves not just a bricks and mortar change, but a wholesale change in the care model and in mindset. And it requires a great deal of investment, including in the bricks and mortar, including in the infrastructure, as I'm sure many of you will understand. So the article of the law which established a time frame of 1 year for this process to be achieved by was modified, extending the time frame to 3 years, and then the pandemic intervened. which was a graceful event, an unforeseen by any of us in any countries. It had major repercussions on, inter alia, the economy, and thus led to delays. And so for that reason, the relevant article of the law was further extended, because we could see that the initial extension of 3 years was not going to be sufficient thanks to the pandemic. That said, progress was made despite the pandemic in the majority of those previously purely institutional facilities. But in some instances, it was materially impossible. Hands were tied by the pandemic. So a proposal was made that the government to extend it further to the extent needed, but we are firmly committed to fully delivering on our law on alternative care. Even with this further extension, we're going to spare no effort, together with our partners, to ensure that all alternative care facilities will be residential model care facilities, rather than purely institutional ones. In no way, shape or form do we want to row back to an institutional model. I want to make that abundantly clear. It's simply a question of capacity and needing further time to complete the conversion from one model to another. But we are determined to pursue that course of action and to complete it. Before moving on, and to flesh out this point in particular, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Johanna Ortega MP, to comment on the parliamentary procedure that was followed in the current status of the draft bill amending the relevant article.
Just before you start, I just want to see whether there are people. I see Mary Beloff has raised her hand. Luis Pedernera. Okay, so that's and Rosaria Correa. So I think we could probably take those three in 5 minutes, but will your intervention take longer than 5 minutes, ma'am? No, then please go ahead, and after your intervention, I'll take the follow-up questions.
I just wanted to provide a further point of clarification to explain that in addition to the willingness and determination as just voiced by the minister, that what we're dealing here with is a draft bill on modification, which is shortly to go before the senators. So the proposal is to amend Article 4, 12, and 116 of the relevant law to prolong the time frame. In early April, the Commission on Family, Child and Adolescence of the Senate already gave their opinion on the proposed amendments. They called for a deletion of the proposed amendments to Article 4, and that Senate committee also called for the scrapping of the proposed amendments to Article 12. So the only article that will end up being amended is Article 116, which is the article that extends the time frame for conversion. But the full parliamentary debate on the amendment of Article 116 has not yet been completed either in the National Assembly or in the Senate. But just to make it clear that the Senate committee has already had their first look at the legislation, made the proposals that I just sketched out, and now the full debate will take place in the Chamber of Deputies, then in the Senate. And as part of that debate and discussion on the proposed amendment of Article 116 and this proposed change to the time frame will be fully debated, involving civil society, who will also be able to make their comments as well. But just to make it abundantly clear that this amendment to Article 116 of the law, which will be the only article that will be adopted going forward, has not yet been adopted. The bill amending the article is still a draft piece of legislation, just to make that substantive issue clear and to share with you the process that will be followed. And just to add to what Ms. Ortega has just said, Article 116, if the amendment is accepted, talks about an extension of the time frame for the convention from an institutional to residential model. But a residential model is what we're driving out. Before giving the floor back to you, Chair, I will try be as quick and as succinct as possible in answering the questions and in giving the floor, but I would plead with you to give us as much time as possible to respond to all of the questions. The delegation and our team back in Asunción has been working flat out to be able to provide all the answers, and we want to be able to share all that information with you, particularly since it's been 14 years since we've last had the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, I will ask the members to confine their questions to 2 minutes each, please. Luis Pedernera.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. My thanks also go to the delegation for the replies provided thus far. Point of clarification on zero hunger. I was referring to secondary school students. Some questions were asked about the fact that the Zero Hunger in Schools program seemed to eliminate or scrap the previous school breakfast and school snack program. And there was some criticism from pediatricians that were voiced in the parliamentary debate on the Zero Hunger in Schools program. On trafficking, I have seen a report from the Hermanas del Buen Pastor, which seems to be the only unit working on trafficking, or the only CSO working on the issue of trafficking, children trafficking, particularly in Paraguay, and it seems to be closing down soon. So how will the state be taking over its services? On torture and ill treatment, do you have numbers on the amount of such cases and the punishment and sanctions? Finally, the rapporteur on toxic chemicals visited Paraguay recently. I think Paraguay has a good relationship with the special procedures mandate holders, and the rapporteur drew attention to concerns about fumigation that takes place without respecting and upholding the excellent legal framework and standards that you have in place. The legal framework is excellent, but the special rapporteur pointed out that there were concerns about the way in which schools and communities were actually fumigated and that it wasn't in line with the standard. You talked about the fact that in Paraguay, life is seen to begin at a conception. And the special rapporteur made the point that in vitro lives are put at risk as a result of the way in which schools and communities are fumigated, not respecting the law. So I'd like to ask what steps you have taken to heed the warnings made by the special rapporteur on the use of toxic chemicals. Thank you very much.
Rosaria Correa.
Sí.
Thank you for the replies. And I know that there are still some replies to my questions outstanding. And I know that there have been some difficulties getting guts with the methodology followed by the committee, which I hope have now been well understood. What I'd like to do is provide some points of clarification on some of the questions that I've asked and that you have sought to answer. You have explained very well the various components and how the protection system functions. This leads me to two specific questions. How do you ensure the full participation of civil society organizations, particularly in residence shelters for children and adolescents? The shelter institutes, the alternative care institutes, you said that many of them are privately run by civil society organizations, I imagine. So how are you working with those private firms or civil society organizations to make sure that they are fully incorporated into the public policy approach? Who independently monitors the situation, the circumstances in these privately run facilities? How does the monitoring and oversight system work? Do you involve the world of academia, for example? How do you ensure that the advisory units in the protection system can also bring their points of view to bear? I'd also like to react to your response to the question that was asked about the modification of Article 116 of the law on the residential care system. I see that you have the law 6486. I can read it on your online platform, but which I understand is currently being modified, but that modification has not yet entered into force. But you'll answer me. I'm a little bit puzzled as to where the law currently stands, as the law itself as a whole entered into force. on the situation of families and the realities as to whether you've carried out a sociological, anthropological, scientific study into the makeup of families. I understand the legal bedrock that you have in your country, which is similar to the legal framework with regard to the definition of a family that's shared in many Latin American countries. But what I was asking as to whether there's any scientific anthropological survey of the reality of the Paraguayan families and of how they are made up, how they are constituted. In responding to me, you said that the majority of families are built around a union between a father and mother, but you also said that many of them were female-headed. And I think that's exactly what I was driving at. Getting information of that kind is what you get from such anthropological studies. Thank you.
Mary Bella.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My question will refer to the point made by one of the MP representatives. If I'm not mistaken, it was on the whole point of juvenile justice, highlighting the merits, the importance. This was also a point raised by the head of delegation of using different forms of restorative justice. You mentioned some of them. I thought I understood, I thought I heard you say that these alternative restorative justice measures include institutions which are not restorative justice institutions. And I was particularly troubled by your reference to the extensive use of shortened sentencing or reduced sentencing, which is a practice that's widespread across Latin America. And another reference to the use of institutions that are often used in adult criminal trials, but I wasn't clear as to how all of that functions, even on a reduced or abridged basis. So I'd like to ask a concrete question. How do you define restorative justice? Do you envisage adjusting or amending the law 1680 in order to address the difficulties in practice for those working in the judiciary, judicial state officials who have talked about the difficulty of applying the law and ensuring differentiated treatment, and how this is sometimes difficult to pursue because their hands are tied by law 1680, which is principally intended to govern criminal prosecution, trial and conviction of adult offenders?
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the questions. Now, we normally take a 15-minute break. We could take a 10-minute break if you feel that would be of use. Would you prefer that? Okay, so let's be back and ready by 11:40, please. Thank you. The meeting will resume, and you now have all the time. You've got another hour and 5 minutes in order to continue to answer all of the questions. So please go ahead.
Sí, gracias. Bueno.
Well, thank you. Mr. Pedinera had a question on why the law is not being duly applied, that law he asked about, and Madam Correa asked as well. I'll be answering the questions more generally this time. Mr. Pedinera asked a question about, well, I'll try to answer all of them together. And I'll try to speed things up a little bit as well. Then how is the question on food? I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Edgar Rios. Well, the instrument for the ratification on charging for food is currently being presented, and it will then be included in the domestic legislation and make it legally binding. As of that point, then, we will be beginning to implement this regulation. Thank you, Mr. Rios. The next question was on adoptions and monitoring the enforcement of alternative care law. Mr. Edgar Rios has the floor again. Since Law 6486 was implemented in 2020, many changes were brought about on alternative care and adoption in general. For example, before, adoptions could be directly presented to a court by the hopeful adoptive parents. But with this law, that's changed entirely, because now all processes must go through the adoption center. And that provides, of course, greater security and safety for the whole process, and that they're the proper assessments. And there's also support of technical teams and looking at the makeup of the shortlists. So also the adoption center was created, and it is made up of members of the General Attorney's Office and prosecutors. And I, for example, work in an adoption center also. It has a representative from the Ministry of Children and a civil society representative who's always there providing support and seeing to the proper processes are being used. On monitoring alternative care and trying the cases, well, in that regard, this law was quite innovative as well, because it made it possible for the prosecutors, whenever there is an emergency situation, to directly adopt measures and prosecute them within 24 hours for their ratification. And then the court must inform, and then the process will continue, leading to perhaps one outcome, which is family reinsertion in a nuclear family or extended family. And if such reinsertion is not possible, or reunification is not possible, then we look for alternative care. We always try to first provide support to the families so that children and adolescents can stay with a mother or father, and to give them what they need and to do that. Because we know that oftentimes it's not because of lack of will that they stay in the family. It's because the state is not providing enough support, enough resources. So that's where we start. And then after that, we can begin to look at the extended family, and if there is no possibility for reunification with them, then we begin looking at alternative care mechanisms, which should always be in touch with the Ministry of Children. So well, that's a brief explanation of how we are monitoring alternative care. And I should say also the monitoring of alternative care is done by Adiquida, which is the office under the Ministry of Childhood that is entrusted with following up on the alternative care centers and to have a register. And the registers are very important because when we have that register of the alternative care centers, we can know where the children are. Because before that law, something that could have happened is that we simply lost some children. We did not know where they were because there was no registry to be able to follow up on. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rios. Thank you for that. Perhaps I can add and say that the General Office for Alternative Care in our ministry has a legal obligation in monitoring on the alternative care centers. It is the office that is entrusted with supervising each of these alternative care centers. We have a software called Mitangwaraibe. It's a Guarani word and it means for children. And it tries to systematize a digital platform where you will find the whole file for each child in an alternative care center. We're progressively working on that because we don't want all the information to just be paper copies. We want to be able to access it fast and find it reliably online. Then on children of parents deprived of liberty, you have the floor again, Mr. Rios. So along the lines of what we were saying a moment ago, always we try to ensure that children and adolescents are kept with their mother or father. And it's the same whenever we have mothers or fathers deprived of liberty. So we have a standard that makes it possible for children up until the age of 4 can be in centers of deprivation of liberty with their mother up until the age of 4. So right now we have 34 children across the country in that situation. And there are several actions aimed for children that are with their mothers. We have medical care to strengthen the mother-child bond, initial education, early childhood programs. And we also have some early intellectual stimulation. Resolution 208 of March 15, 2018 approves the general regulation of penitentiary centers for women with children. And we, in the Attorney General's office, as defenders of children's rights, always try to ensure that there is no discrimination against parents that are deprived of liberty. We always try to ensure that that bond is still there and that parental guardianship is preserved. But sometimes that's impossible and precautionary measures are required. So from 2023, out of the 1,815 precautionary measures that have been used to Law 6486, we have a certain percentage of children who had alternative care measures because their parents were deprived of liberty. And so then, depending on the number of precautionary measures, looking at the number of precautionary measures, we can say that it's not too high. But we always try to avoid taking the child away from the mother or father. Thank you, Dr. Rios. The next point is on workshops on proper caregiving and child rearing. I think we've talked about this several times during our dialogue. We're trying to implement the law on proper treatment. We have mass training across the territory, working through our territorial representatives in the national protection system. That means that we can prevent situations of violence and ill treatment, any type of violence, really. Not just physical violence or sexual violence, but also psychological violence. And this is part of our effort to strengthen the family's protective and caregiving role. And with that, I think we are concluding the answer to the questions that we had in the first cluster. And now I can move on to the follow-up questions from yesterday. From Mr. Pedinera's consultations on resources for Adiquida. Well, what is Adiquida? It's the General Office of Alternative Care. It is under the Ministry of Children and Adolescents in Paraguay. Currently, it has 49 technical professionals, and we're trying to decentralize the effort. There are 2 technical psychosocial teams, and they are mainly in the capital, where we cover Asunción, Greater Asunción, and the Central Department, where you're going to find 40-odd some percentage of the Paraguayan population in Icapúa, the city of Encarnación, which is the 3rd largest, most populated department in the country, and then in the department of Irairá. Not long ago, I was saying that when we started our administration, we said that one of the main issues we were going to tackle was alternative care and adoptions. If you ask someone in our country, what do you think about adoptions? And they'll say, it's a bureaucracy, red tape, it's slow. And they're entirely right. And the idea behind Law 6486 of 2020, which is the law of the right to live in families with alternative cares and adoptions, it had the best intentions in the world to simplify the processes, cut the red tape, shorten the time frame, and have the best interest of the child prevail. The right to live with a family, that should be the rule. And that alternative care should be an exception, and adoption even more of an exception. But well, that law went no further than the mere expression of aspirations. And we work with the teams that existed already. And if you have a public policy that has no resources to back it up, it's no public policy at all. So I had to talk about this with the distinguished president of the Republic, and then working jointly with sectors from Parliament. We had a budgetary increase allocated to improving the alternative care and adoption, using the increased budgetary resources. So with the increased budget, we took several decisions. First, it's already found in the general budget. It's already an item there. Ministry of the Economy told me yesterday that budget has been approved, and it is published for the public procurement to hire over 80 human resources members that will be working in the technical teams in the alternative care centers. And well, the adoption centers are also part of our ministry. And what we decided to do with this technical staff is that they need to be spread across the country. In De-institutionalization and in 2 different departments right now, that's our presence. But through these new technical staff members, we will be in De-institutionalization and 11 more departments. So it's not just one single step. It is one great leap. And so after a month and a half at most, after that, the president will be formally presenting the National Program of Alternative Care and Adoption to be approved by decree. Law 6486 which in and of itself it regulates, and we have a regulatory decree that really doesn't tackle the operative component that much. So with the new approach with these additional resources, we will conclude drafting the national program, which, as I said, will be approved by executive decree. We will be able to operationalize the institutional work for more expeditious alternative care and adoptions. Why didn't it work in the past? Because there was no technical staff, or that existed was very small. That was the reason. Now we have a 20% response capacity. When we have the alternative care families requesting, and 15% response effectiveness on keeping the family bond. And that's a key part of the whole process, which will have an impact on whether we're going to reunify the child with the family of origin or see if the child is to be eligible for adoption. And all this is being done in order to make the process more expeditious in the country and to use the resources, because for the state, it's costly to have a technical team from the capital go somewhere else. They have to pay per diem and fuel, and then we might arrive late. So that's why we want to decentralize the technical teams. And these technical teams actually will be identifying and training and potential alternative care families. So for children that need such care in High Paraná, for example, the team located there will ensure that families that will be caring for the children live in the same department, hopefully from the same city, and thereby try to avoid uprooting the children throughout the time of the legal proceedings. And then these additional resources are also aimed to provide financial support, direct financial support to the family that is temporarily caring for the children. Could be some of these care families are first goal, foster families first, and then alternative care families secondly, because we want to look for a family that will care for the child, but then we also want to provide support to that family. Most of us are parents ourselves, and we know what a daunting task raising a child and caring for a child is.
Relacionar un poco.
I'd also like to flesh out a point made by Dr. Rios, that these resources can all be fed in to steps taken to prevent the separation or breakdown of the nuclear family, in addition to funding the programs I just referred to. Because what we seek to do first and foremost is to avoid separating the child from their nuclear family, which is sometimes due to a lack of resources, and that's why the state has also stepped up to provide resources through CT cash transfer programs and other beneficial programs to enable families to stay together. An example was provided, or a question was asked rather, about anti-rights and hate speech. And the question specifically was asked about the stance of the government in response to statements made, for example, by one of the heads of one of the branches of the executive power. Immediately after the statement in question was published or was made and the information was made available, the official Twitter account of the President of the Republic, which is one of the key communication channels that the President uses to keep in touch with the citizenry of the country, stated as follows: the Presidency of the Republic of Paraguay would like to clarify that the expressions of the Ministry of Agriculture during a visit to a school in no way represent the action or mandate or of the government of Paraguay, who are determined to work for the rights of all Paraguayans and the well-being of all Paraguayans, respecting the principle of non-discrimination enshrined in our constitution. So that was the immediate response of the President of the Republic to that statement made by the Minister of Agriculture on that particular issue. And it's also the stance that has been adopted by various different institutions, including executive branch ministries, etc., to refute that stance. With regard to the question asked about the family unit and supporting the family, one of our key roles as the Ministry of Children and Adolescents is strengthening the protective role of the family, and we pursue this through various actions, including social action plans. It takes the guise of endeavors to combat and eradicate child labor exploitation, and other efforts of the state, including our early childhood approach, which we're seeking to ramp up. It also takes the guise of training and education that's made available at the central level, but also at the departmental and local level, working with stakeholders, also working with parents on what it means to care for and raise a child. The key pillar of Law 6486 is prevention and preventing family breakdown and separation from the core nuclear family unit wherever possible. One of the flagship programs is the PORA program. It's a Guarani word meaning living better, which provides direct support to some 223,000 children, 41,580 of whom are Indigenous children. So a major percentage of our Indigenous peoples benefit from this cooperation and support program, which takes the gaze of conditional cash transfers to the families for them to spend, in which they are guided by input from local level representatives of the Ministry of Children and Adolescent, that they can use this money to fund health and educational efforts for their children. We also have the Abrazo program to directly protect children from exploitation, including labor exploitation. So far, this program has supported some 2,000 children, preventing them from being exploited in the labor market or falling into a street situation. We recently rolled out the action plan to tackle poverty, which is led by the social team of the cabinet of the country. It's called Nimini Pobrata as a plan, which translates to let's move forward to do better. There are departmental territorial branches of the offices of this program to deliver the support that is intended to provide at the grassroots level. And it's a cross-cutting program, a cross-cutting action plan intended to boost the living standards of Paraguayan families and thus improve the lot of children and adolescents. I hope with that I've answered the questions of Mr. Pedernera. We now come to the questions asked by Ms. Correa on the ability for complaints to be submitted in alternative care institutions, etc., and the quantity of same received. To respond firstly by saying that in 2023, we adopted a resolution that I worked on, which is the complaints mechanism protocol for alternative care facilities. The majority of the complaints received relate to the standard of care provided. 2 alternative care institutions have been closed on the basis of reports or complaints received of violence in those institutions. One of these instances has led to criminal proceedings with the case referred to the Attorney General's office because of the seriousness of the violence. And in the other case, administrative steps were taken to close the institution. To further complement the answer I've just provided, I'll give the floor to Mr. Rios, if I may. Thank you. Along the same lines and specifying, referring specifically to one of the cases referred to by the minister, one of the 2 cases he referred to of the closure of these alternative care institutions. In the one example I'd like to cite, there were 13 children, some of whom as a result of a court order, but many of them without court order, were in an irregular alternative care situation. So we, together with the Attorney General's office, intervened to carry out the investigation and the inquiry as soon as the complaints were received, to carry out the fact-finding investigation, and also to implement protection measures for these children and to regularize their situation. And the Attorney General's office, as has been said, has opened a case against those who were behind the deplorable situations in this institution. And we work closely with them to provide follow-up information, particularly follow-up information with regard to the plight of the children who previously were in that institution, what happened to them, how they're being cared for, etc. But I do want to make it clear that that action was, we took action as soon as the complaints were received. As soon as a complaint is received, we need to take measures, including the adoption of legal measures to protect the children for the lifetime of the investigation, but also in this particular instance to improve their situation, to improve their life, to provide them with the care, the care that they needed. This includes daily visits to the children who have been released from that institution. We also report any finding of or any reports or complaints that we receive and that haven't been received by the Ministry of Children and Adolescents directly to that ministry, so that we can work on a partnership basis. Ms. Todorova asked a very timely and important question that I'd like to respond to, which is about the specific detailed budget provided for children and adolescents. Here I have a copy of the report on cross-cutting measures for investment in children and adolescents. It's the 2023 report, which has been verified by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, who worked with us in putting together this report. And this includes details of all the areas and all the different budget lines that we have. And it doesn't just report on budget support specifically under our ministry, but in all areas where support or care is provided for children and adolescents by other ministries. According to the reports, there are some 1.7 million children between the ages of 0 to 17, with some 930,000 aged between 0 and 8. And we have some 324,000 older adolescents. Another figure I'd like to share with you is that the state of Paraguay has invested via its general budget of the nation some $12.7 billion in, which 12.3% of the overall state budget adopted for the fiscal year in question, and it represents a figure of just over 4% of GDP. So 12.7 billion is set aside for issues concerning children and adolescents, focusing particularly on early childhood as part of that figure and part of that percentage expenditure of the state budget. We have increased from 8% of the state budget to 12.3% budget our investment in children and adolescents' needs, with a significant increase in the budget for education in the first and second cycle of education, which has seen an 8% increase in budget. In the tertiary cycle of education, there has also been an 8% increase in the budget, and there's been a 40% increase in the basic kit or basic basket of foodstuffs and other necessary items for poorer families, poorer children, etc., that we also provide as part of this budget. There's also been a key investment in health. The main chunk of the investment and the increased investment goes into education, but there's also been an increase in access to safe drinking water and health. But there's been a substantial increase across the board in education and health, in protection and safe drinking water. In all areas, the budget allocation has gone up. You can have more detailed information in a copy of this report. I've tried to highlight some of the key figures, and I'd like to give this copy to the chair for her to share with the expert members of the committee if they'd also like to read through it more carefully, to have more detail. I now turn my attention to the question asked by Ms. Mary Beloff about the difficulty of implementing international sentences or sentences from international courts and instances. The chief difficulty or stumbling block that we have are budget resources, which is true for many countries in our region, if not around the world at large. But I do want to make it clear that the Republic of Paraguay is ready, willing, and able to comply with the rulings of or recommendations of international bodies. We are firm upholders of international law, and we do our utmost to ensure compliance with international rulings within the appropriate timeframes. I can give you a clear example of this. In the Maria Cristina Guayo case, a case that was brought before the Organization of American States, or more specifically, the Inter-American Human Rights Commission. There is a trial currently or a process currently underway to reach a friendly agreement on this case. 98% of the agreement has been signed off on. We just need to dot the final I's and cross the final T's on that agreement. That will be a commitment by the state. And I think that that friendly agreement in that particular case will be concluded soon. To add to what I've said, I will give the floor to Ms. Belén Mora, the Director of the Human Rights Unit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Lo que ha dicho.
To add to what has been just said, the lack of resources or the dearth of resources hampers sometimes full or speedy compliance. There was an important point raised, and that is the constitutional nature of the rule of law in the state of Paraguay, and the fact that this has led to the many previous secretariats have been raised to the rank of ministries, giving us more teeth to be able to implement rulings or provisions of rulings at the international level. There are also problems that there's a lack of coordination sometimes in responding to or implementing the provisions or recommendations of these international rulings or recommendations. So a decision has been taken to create a coordinating body known as ICJ, which is our International Commission for Compliance with Rulings and Recommendations from International Bodies. It's focused primarily on instituting recommendations and rulings from the Inter-American system, but it will also is intended to be the vehicle for implementing the recommendations of the various treaty bodies, various committees, responses to individual communications, etc. And that will be the coordinating body to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. It will have the firm. Previously, we decided that perhaps that role should be played by the Attorney General of the Republic, but then we decided it deserved a separate unit, a separate body that is chaired by the Vice President of the Republic. And that's important because that gives convening power to bring together different ministries, etc. The most recent of which meeting took place in February of this year, bringing together the Foreign Minister, the Minister for Public Works, etc. So this is one of the efforts that we're making to provide specific attention to the implementation of international rulings recommendations. We believe it will bear fruit. Next week, for example, the Commission will be visiting Indigenous communities to hear about their needs in terms of the comprehensive and holistic delivery of service and care, including education, and how, for example, recommendations can be implemented at the Indigenous grassroots level. It's a coordination effort. We have a colleague with us who works with that coordination unit who might be able to share more. We think it's a good and positive political exercise which will go a long way to plugging the existing gaps and will allow us to comprehensively address the issue of rulings, agreements, and also, I do want to make this point clear, recommendations from this committee, which are also followed up on by the Simore Plus institution, which is our system for monitoring recommendations and following up on recommendations from United Nations treaty bodies and other international committees. They also have their own coordinating body that works closely with ministries, etc., to ensure compliance and follow up on the various recommendations from the various treaty bodies, again, to make sure that nothing falls through the gaps. So to make the point that we're working very hard as a state on these different tracks on coordination, the determination, the willingness is there to ensure that that is done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Mora. I think with that, we've answered the questions of Ms. Belov, and that brings us to the last point of the follow-up questions from day one. A question asked by Ms. Ajo on what measures have been taken to increase the number of birth certificates, birth registrations, what steps we've taken to make sure that the birth certificate or birth registration offices are more easily accessible in rural areas, etc. I'll hand the things over to my colleague to respond to this question, to Ms. Istigaribia. To respond to this question on the percentage of registered births and the mass campaigns for birth registration and how many local birth registrations there are. There are some 501. There is also birth registration units in several hospitals, 25 thus far. There were 990,930 birth registrations in 2022, working closely with the Ministry of Public Defenders. We have been working to establish more local birth registration and civil registry offices in the interior or more remote parts of the country. 3 have been newly opened, and we intend to open more. The Directorate of Civil Registry in the country has a single register of persons and also has online tools for the registration of vital statistics, including birth certificates, which allows for a legal identity to be given to the person, allowing access to rights and benefits as citizens. It works closely with the aforementioned registries and registries in hospital units to allow free flow and exchange of and access to information, including swift recording of birth registration, which is intended to facilitate the rapid registration of the birth of the newly born and ensure that the necessary data on vital statistics is duly captured. There are 18 such units across the country. Steps have been taken to bring civil registry offices to rural areas via mobile units from the civil registry office. There are also mobile registration days in vulnerable areas such as border areas, indigenous communities, and rural areas. This is part of the broader national program of circuit courts or clinics or justice clinics, which are traveling justice visits, justice advice, and justice guidance clinics. It brings together not just the Attorney General's Office and the Ministry of Public Defenders, but also the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry for Children and Adolescents, and local and municipal authorities, as well as departmental authorities. We have a single register. As I said, several birth registration offices have been made available in hospitals in a range of different cities in Paraguay. I'd like to specifically focus on the registration of indigenous births. Here, the General Directorate of Civil Registry has offices specifically for indigenous communities. There are 3 such offices. They also offer regularly these registry days to encourage people to come forward and register as part of their regular round of activities. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd just like to flesh out that response to say that in 2023, the Ministry of Public Defenders was able to support some 223,000 registrations. We are also intending to roll out, as part of our program on early childhood, official registrars, official registries offices in the early childhood centres that I referred to yesterday that we will be setting up throughout the country, 18 such centres. And that will also be a way of ensuring that births can be registered quickly, and also we can promote the right to an identity, etc. We turn now to the second round of questions. And here I'd like to begin with the questions asked by Mr. Benyam Dawit Mesmour, who I think was the first to ask questions under the second cluster. And I'll begin with the question asked about the rights of children with disabilities. And here I'll give the floor to Ms. Belén Mora once again. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. On the concern that was flagged by Mr. Mesmour on the decentralization of efforts to address the needs of children with disabilities. Since 2021, there has been a law 6808 setting up the Secretariat of Disabilities in municipalities and in departmental governments. Such offices now exist in 224 municipalities. And there are 8 secretariats amongst the 17 departmental administrative authorities. We're intending to pursue 100% coverage at the departmental and municipal level across the entire country of these directorates or units. Even in the absence of such units, we continue to provide care and attention for persons with disabilities. The Ministry of Health has begun a process for decentralization of service delivery for persons with disabilities so that family health and service units can provide support to persons with disabilities. And so they don't have to travel to the capital, to Asunción, for certain services. As far as data, compiling more data on children and adolescents with disabilities will help honing our decision-making and our policy-making, and also raise awareness about the needs and the existence of children and adolescents with disabilities. On the specific issue of indigenous children with disabilities, the National Secretariat for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the National Institute for Indigenous Peoples work together to coordinate actions to address the needs of indigenous children with disabilities. In Paraguay, we do not have a classification of psychosocial disability, or such children with psychosocial disabilities are not institutionalized. we are working on a very interesting project, which is the first mapping exercise for persons with disabilities in Paraguay, which will be developed together with the National Statistics Institute, together with the SNI, supported by the Inter-American Development Bank. This initiative's main purpose is to provide responses to the needs of children with disabilities, to make visible or to shed a light on the shortcomings in the existing public policy approach on the basis of statistical information. This will feed into public policies, which will ensure significant progress in ensuring more fair and inclusive societies and full de-institutionalization and the end to segregation. The first stage will be to put together indicators and setting up a web page to share information on the rights and needs of persons with disabilities and related facts and figures. We'll be coordinating and the putting together and use of those figures with key ministries such as the Ministry of Education and Science, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Labour, the Ministry of Social Inclusion. Will also be a two-way channel. We'll be gleaning information from them as well as from the Secretariat for Disability Affairs and the National Statistics Institute. So I hope that in the coming years, certainly as of next year, we'll have more specific data and figure with regard to children with disabilities, but to reassure you that we are working on that. We're aware of the gap that needs to be plugged. Thank you very much, Director Mora. The second point is about improving the indicators of maternal mortality, and here I'll give the floor to Ms. Ortega. Thank you very much. My colleague and I recently received information and response from Paraguayan institutions in response to the questions asked yesterday. And on the basis of that information, we have seen a progressive decrease in maternal mortality over the last few years. In 2020, there were 81 maternal deaths, 50 of which, 62%, were due to direct cause, and 31 of which were the result of indirect causes. In 2021, there were 166 maternal deaths, an increase in the level of maternal death, which is a rate of 159 per 100,000 live births. In 2022, the number of maternal deaths had dropped to 93. In 2023, the National Sexual and Reproductive Health Plan carried out a mid-term review of the maternal health program. They underscored in order to assess the relevance of the plan and the indicators. COVID-19 has, of course, had an impact on 2 of the 3 years of the intended lifetime of the Sexual and Reproductive Health Plan, and has somewhat dampened our ability during those 2 years to address sexual and reproductive health needs and to glean to compile sexual and reproductive health information. So we need to continue with the plan. This is part of we have the National Sexual and Reproductive Health Plan 2019 to 2023, part of which includes an attempt to reduce maternal, fetal, and neonatal mortality rates. And this takes the guise of various plans to improve sexual and reproductive health throughout the country, as well as steps that can be taken to reduce maternal, fetal, and neonatal health. This includes workshops and training services that have been available, the most recent of which took place in August of last year. We pursue a human-centered or human rights-centered model on maternal and child health. We developed a new program to cover the period 2019-2023, addressing maternal and child mortality as a public health issue and adopting a holistic approach to combating same, focused on maternal and child health. We also have a specific plan to reduce maternal, fetal, and neonatal mortality, which will cover the period up until 2030, and which includes indicators which allow us to measure the impact of the strategic action lines under this plan, on the basis of an analysis of which we will see how we can better optimize the delivery of professional services and standards, how we can update our training standards, our handbooks and guidebooks on care for mothers, the newborn, and for fetal care. These can be delivered not just in hospitals, but at the grassroots levels to families, to communities, and this will go a long way, we hope, to reducing maternal and child mortality in the country. Thank you very much. Thank you. The next question is the vaccination coverage rate and what steps have been taken to boost same and to combat fake news surrounding vaccines. And here I'll give the floor once again to Ms. Ortega, thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. With regard to the whole issue of fake news and fake news on vaccines, there is no data or no conclusive data on the impact of fake news on vaccine coverage rate. What I can say with certainty is that we have a national vaccination law. It's not a new law. It's a law that dates back to 2012. And in Article 24 of the law, it provides that priority should be given in the state budget for vaccinations which are part of the broad immunization program of Paraguay, which has already borne much positive fruit with regard to reducing diseases such as polio, which have been eradicated thanks to this program, as has yellow fever. So we give priority within the state budget to vaccination. And this goes a long way to mitigate the effect or the fallout of fake news, because the program is now long-standing and entrenched, it's updated, and resources are allocated on a priority basis to this, to the vaccination coverage plan under this law, or the immunization program under this law. Every year when debating the state budget, every year on an annual basis, it is a given. There will be a specialized budget line for sufficient resources, sufficient budget allocation for the effective delivery of vaccination and immunization services as provided for by law. The expanded immunization program has full budget support to provide vaccinations, and the budget line also provides the necessary administrative support, etc., cold storage, the infrastructure, the transport for vaccinations, the buying and the combining of the various components of vaccination. It's also part of the budget is for awareness-raising campaigns intended to promote a prevention culture that will, of course, promote vaccination as being a key and concrete step towards vaccination. We have some data on this awareness-raising campaigns. Apologies for the speed of the delivery, says the speaker. We have credible data. And we certainly think that we can make the point that this step and this robust approach goes a long way to mitigating the fallout of fake news. Our expanded immunization program has been growing since between 2015 and 2024, with a major increase in the expenditure and actions under this immunization program, of course, in 2020, 2021, with regard to the COVID vaccinations, which will come as no surprise, that went in hand with a very robust awareness-raising campaign spearheaded by the Ministry of Health and other ministries that were at the forefront of anti-COVID-19 efforts, including the mass vaccination program.
COVID-19 pandemics are part of our broader immunization program. And though there were parliamentary initiatives, just 15 or 20 days at most, we were talking about in the Chamber of Deputies, a draft bill proposed by a colleague that tried to set out the prohibition of its inclusion in the immunization vaccination program against COVID. That was a parliamentary initiative of one colleague, but it was not backed at all during the plenary. The rulings of the commissions that led to the draft bill as a legislative proposal were actually rejections in the Health Commission and elsewhere, because we understood that if we did not include the vaccination in the broader immunization program, the state would not be able to prioritize those resources for vaccinations. And then we would be violating the rights of a large part of the population. I should say that there was real awareness of all political sectors that make up the parliament about this, and that bill was rejected nearly unanimously, really. Almost everyone voted against, and then it was just set aside. So there is really no risk that that's going to lead to a plan or to stand in the way of what Paraguay has been doing progressively with vaccination and immunization. Thank you, Deputy. To add to the comprehensive health plan for early childhood, throughout the country, we're going to have pediatric and medical care gradually for early childhood, and that is the priority of this government when it comes to our vaccination system. That information on measures to tackle teenage pregnancy and its relation to sexual violence. Delegate Mr. Ortega, you have the floor. I am Ricardo Ortega. I work in the prosecutor's office. In order to begin addressing this question, I should begin by providing some of the statistics from the Ministry of Health, which show that there has been a drop in teenage pregnancy 2022 to 2023, 12,352 cases to 9,226 cases. On specific measures to maintain this downward trend, about 4,200 people, including medical staff and citizens, were trained as part of the National Prevention Program of Gender-Based Violence, trained by the National Health System. It was a program 2020-2025. It includes subjects such as prevention of violence against children and adolescents, as well as care for victims. In 2021, we updated the standard known as the Comprehensive Care Manual for Sexual and Gender-Based Violence in the Health System. And that is the acting protocol for the health sector. And it is aligned with the Comprehensive Health Protection Law to protect women from all types of violence, as well as the standards to prevent sexual abuse and to care for children and adolescents that are victims of this type of abuse. So that manual has a care flowchart where you will see interdisciplinary response from the health sector, also registration templates, and mechanisms to present complaints and how to link up with other institutions that might have a role to play in the necessary response. So that manual recognizes that there can be physical response and comprehensive medical health response, and that is a way of providing some redress to survivors of gender-based violence. Thank you. Thank you. There was a question on teenage health, reducing mortality rates, and what is being done about that. One of the main causes of adolescent deaths are road accidents, and we're working with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Public Works and the Ministry of Communication also. They work with the traffic police and OPASI, which is the Organization of Municipal Superintendents, to have some really good awareness-raising campaigns on the risks of the road. And these traffic accidents, more frequently than not, happen on a motorcycle. Motorcycles are really used frequently in our country, and most victims are adolescents, to such an extent that they're collapsing the health system. That's something we're currently considering, and we identify that as a real issue. Question on HIV and mother-child transmission and the rate, which increased from 15 to 19 years since 2021. So on measures to address this and addictions, first we have the Adolescent Health Plan, which was approved a long time ago and is being implemented. Then we have the comprehensive care model for adolescents and their needs, and updating a clinical manual. Updating the adolescent health booklet that is handed out in health centers, and there we have relevant information for adolescents and their families. Also, training for healthcare professionals and providing comprehensive healthcare for adolescents, implementing the technical standard of comprehensive care for adolescents. We have the family healthcare units, which are scattered across Paraguayan territory. And specifically, they're found in the most rural, remote areas, and they have regulations on providing care for adolescents in that part of the country. We also have explanations on sexually transmitted diseases, and we have trained our healthcare professionals on what we call family strategies. So these are the actions that we have mainly in the Ministry of Social Welfare and Ministry of Health. On addictions, if we have any measures to tackle this, you talked about marijuana, crack, and cocaine. Well, it was one of the campaign pledges of Mr. Santiago Peña's presidential campaign to tackle addictions, which strongly affects adolescents and young adults. So after several months of work, I'd say about 4 months, led by the president and the head of the civil cabinet of the Republic, the government, and this is after all a government plan, presented and launched a plan of action. It's called Sumar, which means to add on, and its goal is to combat that scourge. It really is an interesting plan, actually, and it goes beyond mere declaration of intent. Structurally, it is considering the general context of the issue. It has specific goals, it has strategic actions, it has a timetable. It mentions the state organizations and entities that has been entrusted with each area of action. It divides the effort into 3 different segments. And if one of these segments is not fully enforced, then the whole thing falls, because we call it a tripod. We need all 3 legs, all 3 pillars to keep it upright. And we're part of it. We were going to work with the families, with the communities. And then one of the other segments is rehabilitation and reinsertion. And there we're trying to have recovery spaces, ambulatory ones, movable ones, and fixed ones. And the Ministry of Health has told us that not all cases call for institutionalization. In San Lorenzo, it's a city, we have a center for adolescents. We also have another one for adults in other places. We have some detox facilities set up. And then, well, the third segment, the third axis, the third leg is combating trafficking. That's done by the department, the anti-drug department, of which we have one in Paraguay, and the Ministry of the Interior working with the National Police. We've already built about 22 institutions for that instrument. It wasn't done something by one institution. 22 institutions worked on this. Ministers, vice ministers, general directors, technical directors, really a broad effort. And what's most important of all, it already has resources assigned to it. Mainly, these are resources that we took from our budget. And an innovative thing is that we have a national secretariat of seized assets. This department seizes the assets of the drug trafficking or from organized crime, and then we auction them off. We get some revenue from that auction, and then from this revenue, selling off seized assets from drug traffickers, we are combating drug trafficking. Next item, education, measures to tackle school dropout and preschool education. Mr. Ortega. Thank you, Minister. Well, there's a few actions for fairness that are part of the educational policy. Well, we have an bilingual educational program, the universalization of preschool, programs for rural and urban sectors of low income, also some scholarships, so to ensure that children stay in the school system. These are just some of our efforts. Also, some advances are the inclusion of first secondary education into compulsory education for children aged 12 to 15. Now, coverage went from 38% to 80%. Near universalization of preschool. From 27, it went up to 90% coverage. Also, enrollment rates. Education is free, and as I said, secondary is compulsory, and we're having school retention rates that are quite encouraging. Some programs that can highlight what we are doing in this area were mentioned already in the keynote statement, such as the program to improve Paraguayan education known as Yaromanetete Comboe, which means improve teaching in Guarani, the national program on reading, writing, and speaking, and the quality education for children outside of school. That's a program which we have with UNICEF support. As a teaching strategy, we're using some general and some specific ways of catching up language, catching up teaching, which is for children aged 6 to 14 who have been outside of school that are coming back for the first time to the national educational system. And these general provisions were approved by a resolution of the Ministry of Education in 2023. Let's see, on the budget, and the head of delegation will be providing some figures, but I can provide some of my own from the Ministry of Education on the most recent available data from the last tax year on education. 37.2% of total public investment in education was used in the last available figures by basic education. Higher education and third cycle basic education used up 19.7 and 17.3% respectively. Secondary education, for its part, used 15.4% and preschool 10.7%. Total public expenditure in education doesn't come exclusively from the budget of Education and Sciences Department. It also includes expenditures from other institutions, such as the departmental and municipal governments, the national universities, and other state bodies. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item is on the education budget. Well, the budget for education $12 trillion guaraníes, which is our currency, 10.7% of the general budget of the nation goes to education, and 3.6% of our GDP. For 2022 tax year, there was an increase of 138 million US dollars when compared to the same information of the year prior. Then Indigenous children and training teachers on the use of languages. Madam Vega, you have the floor. Thank you. On inclusive education for the indigenous population, the Ministry of Science and Education, with the support of UNICEF Paraguay, has developed some innovative educational materials for 18 different indigenous groups. And we want to reach 2,145 teachers and 32,596 children and adolescents. In our country, currently, we have 662 different educational indigenous institutions, over 31,700 students, going from initial and middle education up until ongoing education for youth and adults. For teachers, there are 2,460 teachers in indigenous schools. 1,312 of them are indigenous themselves. Thank you. The reach of the National Program of Water for Indigenous Children and Adolescents. Right now, in Parliament, we have a very bold draft program called Agua for Chaco. And the main obstacle we have in access to water happens in Paraguay and El Chaco. We have 17 departments in Paraguay, but, well, politically, we also are split up into two regions, the Western region and the Eastern region. Asunción is in the Eastern region and the largest departments. And then the least populated region is in El Chaco, where the soil is more arid, less welcoming. And there are developing areas there, problems with water, and there are indigenous groups of different ethnicities there. And so this bill, which is being pushed through Parliament, and it has benefited from the support and interest of the government, will lead to a solution. We believe a definitive solution to the water problem in the Paraguay and Chaco, where there's a lack of potable water. And as I said, those most affected are indigenous peoples. Not long ago, there was several climate-related events in our country. In the southern region, we had floods, whereas in the northern region and El Chaco western region, we had droughts. And we were providing palliative support, mainly to Indigenous communities. We want these efforts to be sustained, part of public policy, hence this bold bill. And it's related to, and I will be talking about other actions for providing water to Indigenous peoples a moment ago. What is the food policy and how is it being monitored? Well, for food security, we have a law on community cafeterias for most vulnerable communities and families. And I spoke already about the big impact that it's going to have on children, and it's the Zero Hunger Law. Both of these laws have follow-up mechanisms. The Zero Hunger Law even provides monitoring by the controlling constitutional body, and that is the General Comptroller's Office of the country. On refugees, migrants, and asylum seekers, there was a question, how do we use the standards? What are the statistics on where children stay? Madam Estigarriba, you have the floor. On migrant refugees. The process lasts for 3 longs in order to get a refugee status. In keeping with Law 1009/38/02, children remain with their parents. And if some children come just with a father or with a mother, then they go to the Ministry of Children. I think in Paraguay there was only one case of a child that came alone, and the Ministry of Children took care of them. Statistics, girls 0 to 17, 515 refugees. Boys 0 to 17 years of age, approximately 537. Refugees recognized by the National Refugee Commission have a right to an identity document which would allow them to have access to dignified job, education, social security, and healthcare. They will also have a 3-year temporary permit or a renewal of that permit. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy. On Indigenous children, the question was, what has been the impact on the measures and what was the procedure? Well, to speak of the procedure, Law 904 of 1981 speaks about mechanisms to grant lands to Indigenous communities. Those that are newly registered and those that were already registered in the National Indigenous Institute, they are giving land through the National Institute for Rural and Land Development. That's one of our institutions in the country. Also donations and transfers of public-private institutions, as well as purchases or through expropriation through the legislative. So our National Institute for Rural Development and Land is quite developed, and they are making interesting purchases for Indigenous community land. So there was a question on the MIMB operative. There's really no time to talk about that, but it was an operative that we had for a critical area in the capital, in Asunción. It is the bus station in Asunción, where there were a great number of violations of rights of children. There were a lot of street children there. So working with many institutions of the social protection system and with our jurisdictional institutions, receiving support from the Ministry of the Interior and the Attorney General's office, we had a broad program in that area where we noticed that in 6 different areas, well, before there was a whole reconnaissance component to this, but we saw that there were 160 Indigenous children and adolescents that were being exploited, labor exploitation. Some were victims of addiction, and others were being used in for trafficking purposes, and others in sexual exploitation. All these criminal organizations were exploiting Indigenous children. That's an important point. And some parents also. We then had community reinsertion, and there was support of various institutions that allowed us to conclude this operative. Then on labor and child exploitation? Well, the answer is too long for the time we have left, but in a nutshell, yes, we have social programs to reduce poverty, such as Corporal or the HUG program, which is for the child population. We're also increasing the technical human resources. We did that already for providing assistance in critical areas on the street. And we're working with different municipalities to ensure the local teams have these ambulatory patrol teams for the streets. We're tackling child exploitation. And we understand that by better understanding the general situation and have better social protection policies, we will be able to reduce the instances of this. And we know that children on the streets often is a result of lack of protection. 7 out of 10 children are, in this situation, are Indigenous. And it's a brief answer to what you asked. Creedasco, that was another question. We are talking to the National Statistic Institute in order to have indicators to get an idea of the sheer magnitude of Creedasco. And as I said, we are going to criminalize Creedasco. And our goal is to create a general awareness about this practice so as to uproot this quote unquote practice. Culture, sorry, quote unquote culture. So, Dr. Rios, to conclude with a very brief answer, please. Yes, there was a question on the labor inspection and protected adolescent labor. The Ministry of Labor has carried out inspections, labor inspections in 2022, 2023, and the result 1,766 different inspections in the first year, and the second one 795. The outcome was 15 and 3 sanctions respectively for infractions, and all of these infractions were deemed such by the current decrees. We want to ensure that all regulations are being met. The Ministry of Labor also had a hotline to provide a legal assistance for adolescents. And also, we have a large number of agreements that have been struck in the Ministry of Labor, and we provide a public defender for children, and we have not had to try cases, but we do have 17 cases from 2023 on adolescent labor.
Excellency, I'm afraid we have to draw a line there in terms of the time, but I want to assure you that anything that is still not answered, you can send us in writing. You have 48 hours, that's working days, so Monday and Tuesday still available to you. So I'm going to ask Luis Pedernera to make very brief concluding remarks, and then the last word will go to you, the head of delegation.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. We warned you yesterday that these were going to be 2 tough days. Thanks again for this exchange, and thank you for coming. I know that it's not easy for our countries to come all the way over here, so we really appreciate that you did. And I think that this dialogue is taking place in an interesting set of circumstances with a recent administration and a common concern that brings us together. We both want the best for Paraguayan children. In the 1990s, and ever since, you have developed regulations, interesting, laudable institutions. You have a Ministry of Children, and that's to be noted. We have seen, though, that there are some tensions. There has been progress in the area on the rights of the children, but in some areas, there's some retrogression. And perhaps that happens because the convention tries to step in and change the way in which adults, children, and institutions relate to each other. But, Minister, we have heard your words, and you said that Paraguay will not take a step back as regards the gains made so far. Now, that's not going to be easy for you, dear Minister, but stand strong. You are young and you are strong. Paraguayan youth needs you and your leadership. And I use 2 words, Corporal. living well. We hope that will be true for the Paraguayan youth. We will be working arduously, diligently to ensure that our recommendations are the best possible for Paraguayan children. And once you receive them, please, we ask you to divulge them, to share them with the key stakeholders who are Paraguayan children and adolescents, and to do that in a child-friendly language, and invite them so that they, along with you, can be the main agents of change and implement these recommendations. Safe travels.
Ask the interpreters for 2 more minutes, please, and I hand over to Head of Delegation.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will give the floor to the Head of Delegation, Mr. Gutierrez, to close finally, or to deliver the final closing statement with the delegation. But I did want to take this opportunity just to say how productive we have felt this interaction with the committee to be over the last 2 days in my capacity as Ambassador Permanent Representative. This has been a model of dialogue. I've never seen such a frank and open dialogue in my experience as we've seen over the last 2.5 days. We've been glad to participate. We understand the nature of the work of the committee and experts, and we know that your role is to be demanding and to push us to do better and to craft better societies. And we're fully alive to that. We'd like you to be aware that the state of Paraguay and the new government is fully alive to the challenges that still remain ahead and the need to be overcome. We're aware of those challenges and we've taken careful note of your recommendations. We eagerly await your recommendations to help us in the endeavors ahead. We know that some of those recommendations you make will be difficult to swallow. We're aware of that. It's your job to push us to do better, but we would like to make this pledge to you that we will take these recommendations seriously. And I think a proof of this seriousness is the fact that this delegation is made up of representatives of the different branches of government, proof of the fact that they will also be able to take back to their respective areas of work, their respective spheres, their feedback from this interaction, which will help spread it quickly and fastly. Thank you very much. And a specific thanks to the head of delegation for having headed up the team or the delegation Paraguay with such aplomb. With thanks also to the chair. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for staying with us throughout the last 2.5 days. We've really very much appreciated your support. Chair, I'd like to say to you and to the members of the committee, it's been a pleasure to meet with you over the last 2.5 days. Several of us appreciated the effort we made to come all the way to Geneva to meet with you face to face, but we see that as a reflection of your own dedication. Many of you have come from different countries, and so we welcome the opportunity to meet face to face after 14 years, which we hope is an indication of the political determination that we have to craft better societies for our children and for adolescents in Paraguay. I'd like to thank my delegation, the delegation of Paraguay, to echo the words of the ambassador. This is a very high-level delegation with representatives from the 3 different branches, and that is part of the strength of our delegation and will mean that the recommendations from the committee will be taken back to the different ports of call where they need to be heard and will be implemented. As the ambassador said, we very much appreciate and recognize your role as a committee, your role as defenders of human rights. We look forward to your recommendations. We know that some of them may be challenging, but we're also aware that your recommendations will be objective because all of us share the same goal of making a better and brighter future for children and adolescents around the world, and in our specific case, in Paraguay, of course. We, as the delegation has said, are very respectful of our laws and our constitution, and one of our laws which has been domesticated is this very convention, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which ranks a second below the Constitution in terms of legislative force. It has been duly domesticated into the domestic order as Law 137 in our country, and so that adds more impetus to the fact that we will be eagerly awaiting your recommendations and will be keen to implement your recommendations. So thank you to the committee. Thank you to civil society organizations who have been with us throughout. I think that all of us are working hard, and with your support, we ourselves will continue to strive hard for a better future for our children and our adolescents. I also bear the greetings from, and also in my turn would like to greet and thank our technical team back in Asunción in Paraguay who have been supporting the delegation here in Geneva throughout the last 2.5 days. When we began this morning, it was 4 a.m. in Asunción, but they were at their desk working, helping to support us with the information. So my thanks to the team in Asunción supporting the delegation here. Thank thank you once again for giving us this opportunity to meet with you here in Geneva in this space, this forum, and to engage in a very enriching debate, not just for our own country, but for all countries. Many thanks.
Just for me to say thank you so much for all the efforts that you have made. Travel safely back home, and all the best with the work that you're doing to improve the lives of children in Paraguay. Thank you to the interpreters. The meeting is closed.